Today, I've prepared the biography of George Washington. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Welcome to our gentle journey through history tonight. As you settle deeper into your comfortable bed, let your breathing slow and your mind begin to drift. We'll explore the remarkable life of America's first president, a figure whose story has shaped a nation. The soft glow of history will guide us through valleys and battlefields, through moments of courage and quiet contemplation. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night in the gentle mist of an early Virginia morning, long before the United States was even a dream in the minds of its founders. A child was born who would one day lead a nation. George Washington came into this world on February 22, 1732, in a modest plantation home in Pope's Creek, Virginia. The soft, rolling hills of the Virginian countryside cradled his earliest days, while the rhythmic sounds of rural colonial life, the distant calls of farm workers, the rustling of wind through tobacco leaves, and the soothing murmur of the nearby Potomac River formed the backdrop of his childhood. The Washington family home was not grand by the standards that would later define Mount Vernon, but it was comfortable and warm. George's father, Augustine Washington, was a moderately successful planter and landowner, a man of quiet determination who moved through life with steady purpose. His mother, Mary Ball Washington, was a woman of remarkable strength and practical wisdom, whose gentle but firm guidance would shape young George's character in profound ways. The wooden floors of their home creaked softly under the weight of daily life, while fireplaces cast a golden glow across rooms filled with simple, handcrafted furniture that bore the marks of family use and care. As a young boy, George was surrounded by the rhythms of plantation life. Imagine him wandering through fields where workers harvested tobacco, the primary crop that sustained the Washington family's livelihood. The sweet, earthy scent of tobacco leaves drying in the barn would have filled his senses, becoming as familiar to him as the sound of his mother's voice calling him home for supper. These early years were unhurried, flowing like the gentle streams that cut through the Virginia wilderness, giving young George time to observe and absorb the world around him. The colonial Virginia of Washington's childhood was a place where life moved at the measured pace of agricultural seasons. Spring brought the planting of crops and the soft green renewal of the landscape. Summer days stretched long and warm, filled with the buzzing of insects and the distant laughter of children playing near cool creeks. Autumn painted the trees in rich golds and reds as harvest time approached, bringing neighbors together for shared work and celebration. Winter wrapped the land in a quiet stillness, drawing families close to hearth and home, where stories were shared in the flickering light of candles and fires. George was not an only child, but grew up in a blended family His father had been married before to Jane Butler, who had passed away, leaving Augustine with two sons, Lawrence and Augustine Jr. When Augustine married Mary Ball, George's mother, they added George and 5 more children to the family: Elizabeth, Samuel, John Augustine, Charles, and Mildred, who sadly lived only 16 months. The gentle chaos of a large family filled their home with warmth and taught young George early lessons in sharing, patience, and responsibility. Perhaps the most significant influence on young George's early life was his half-brother Lawrence. 14 years his senior, Lawrence had received an education in England and carried himself with a refinement that impressed George deeply. When their father Augustine passed away in 1743, when George was just 11 years old, Lawrence became an even more important figure in his life. The loss of his father settled like a soft but heavy blanket over young George's shoulders, bringing with it both sorrow and new responsibilities. Lawrence had inherited the family's property at Little Hunting Creek, which he renamed Mount Vernon in honor of Admiral Edward Vernon, under whom he had served in the British Navy. George visited often, walking the grounds that would one day become his own beloved home. Imagine the young boy, not yet in his teens, standing on the hillside overlooking the broad sweep of the Potomac River, watching boats with their white sails moving like clouds across the water, perhaps dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon, while the gentle breeze rustled through his hair. Education in colonial America was not standardized as it is today, and George's schooling was practical rather than classical. He learned reading, writing, and mathematics from various tutors and local schools, developing a clear, precise handwriting that would serve him well throughout his life. Unlike many of the founding fathers who would later become his colleagues, Washington never attended college or studied abroad. His education came largely from books, from observing the natural world around him, and from the mentorship of figures like Lawrence. Among the subjects that captured young George's interest was surveying, the meticulous mapping of land. In the expanding colonial world, accurate surveys were essential for establishing property boundaries and planning settlements. The young Washington showed an aptitude for mathematics and a patience for precise work that made him well suited to this profession. Picture him carefully copying mathematical formulas by candlelight, his quill pen scratching softly against paper as he practiced the calculations that would later help him map the wilderness. By the age of 16, Washington had become skilled enough in surveying to accompany George William Fairfax on an expedition to survey land in Virginia's Western Territory. Imagine the teenage Washington venturing into the wilderness, sleeping under the stars on cool autumn nights, listening to the mysterious sounds of the forest while learning to read the land itself. These journeys took him beyond the settled coastal areas into territories that were still largely unexplored by European settlers. though they were the ancestral homes of various Native American tribes. The Virginia wilderness taught Washington lessons that no classroom could provide. He learned to navigate using natural landmarks, to read weather patterns in the sky, to find food and shelter in challenging conditions, and to interact with people from backgrounds very different from his own. The physical demands of these expeditions helped shape him into a young man of remarkable strength and endurance, qualities that would later serve him well during the hardships of war. This period of Washington's life coincided with a time of growing tension between Britain and France over control of North American territories. The vast, forested lands west of the Appalachian Mountains were becoming increasingly important to colonial powers, who recognized their potential for settlement and resource extraction. Young Washington, through his surveying work, gained first-hand knowledge of these contested territories, developing a deep connection to the land that would inform his later vision for American expansion. When Lawrence Washington fell ill with tuberculosis, George accompanied him to Barbados in 1751, hoping the warm climate might improve his brother's health. This journey marked the only time George Washington would travel outside the North American continent. The tropical island, with its sugar plantations and British colonial society, offered a stark contrast to Virginia. The air was heavy with humidity and filled with unfamiliar scents, exotic flowers, salt spray from the Caribbean Sea, and the sweet smell of sugar being processed in the island's mills. During this visit, Washington contracted smallpox, a disease that caused considerable suffering, but ultimately provided him with immunity that would protect him during later epidemics. As he recovered, he absorbed observations about Barbados' military defenses, agricultural practices, and social structures, adding these insights to his growing understanding of the world. Despite their hopes, the climate did not cure Lawrence, who returned to Virginia and passed away in 1752, leaving Mount Vernon to George after a brief period in which it was held by Lawrence's widow. The loss of Lawrence was a profound one for the 20-year-old Washington. His mentor, brother, and friend was gone, leaving him with both a deep sense of grief and new responsibilities. The quiet evenings at Mount Vernon must have felt emptier without Lawrence's presence. The conversations they might have shared now replaced by the soft sounds of the house settling and the distant call of whippoorwills in the gathering dusk. In the years that followed, Washington began to establish himself as a young man of promise in Virginia society. His surveying work had given him valuable knowledge of Western lands and connections to influential families. His inheritance of Mount Vernon, while initially modest compared to what it would later become under his stewardship, provided him with a respectable position as a landowner. He was tall, standing over 6 feet, with a strong physical presence that commanded attention even in his youth. Washington's interest in military matters grew during this period, influenced perhaps by Lawrence's naval service and by the increasing tensions along the frontier. In 1752, at the age of 20, he was appointed as a district adjutant in the Virginia militia with the rank of major. Picture the young Washington practicing military drills on the grounds of Mount Vernon, his breath visible in the cool morning air as he rehearsed the commands and movements that would one day help him lead an army. The French and Indian War, which began in 1754, provided Washington with his first significant military experience. The conflict, part of the larger 7 Years' War between Britain and France, was fought in part over control of the Ohio River Valley. Washington, now a lieutenant colonel in the Virginia militia, was sent on a diplomatic mission to warn French forces to withdraw from territory claimed by Britain. Imagine him traveling through the winter wilderness, the snow crunching softly beneath his horse's hooves as he led a small party through forests where bare branches formed intricate patterns against the gray sky. When diplomacy failed, Washington found himself engaged in military action. In May 1754, he led a surprise attack on a French encampment, an event that some historians consider the first battle of the French and Indian War. The skirmish was brief but significant, with Washington's forces killing several French soldiers, including an officer named Jumonville. The incident sparked controversy, with the French claiming Jumonville had been on a diplomatic mission similar to Washington's earlier one. Later that same year, Washington was forced to surrender Fort Necessity after being surrounded by superior French forces. In the gentle rain that fell during the surrender, he signed a document in French, a language he did not understand. That included an admission to the assassination of Jumonville. This misunderstanding caused diplomatic complications, but did not significantly damage Washington's reputation at home, where his willingness to take action was generally appreciated. The following year, Washington joined British General Edward Braddock's expedition against the French at Fort Duquesne, present-day Pittsburgh. The expedition ended in disaster when Braddock's forces were ambushed by French and Native American fighters familiar with forest warfare. In the chaos of battle, with the sounds of musket fire echoing through the trees, and the air thick with smoke and fear, Washington displayed remarkable courage. He had 2 horses shot from under him and found bullet holes in his coat, yet emerged unharmed. His calm leadership during the retreat earned him recognition and respect. These early military experiences taught Washington valuable lessons about the realities of warfare, the importance of adapting tactics to terrain, and the challenges of leadership under pressure. They also exposed him to British military organization and discipline, knowledge that would prove invaluable when he later commanded the Continental Army against those same British forces. Throughout these formative years, Washington was developing not only as a military figure, but as a person. His character was taking shape through experiences, both ordinary and extraordinary, managing his growing plantation, navigating the complex social hierarchies of colonial Virginia, facing danger on the frontier, and shouldering responsibilities that might have overwhelmed a lesser man. The young Washington was not perfect. He could be ambitious and sensitive about his status, particularly conscious of his lack of formal education compared to some of his peers. He sometimes displayed a quick temper, though he worked throughout his life to master this tendency. What set him apart was not an absence of human flaws, but his consistent effort to overcome them, to improve himself through discipline and self-reflection. As evening shadows lengthened across the fields of Virginia, and stars began to appear in the deepening blue of the sky, the young man, who would one day be called the father of his country, was still finding his way, the path that would lead him to revolutionary leadership, to the presidency, and to his enduring place in history still lay before him, uncharted as the Western territories he had once surveyed. But the foundation had been laid in these early years, a foundation of character, experience, and quiet determination that would serve not only George Washington, but the nation he would help to create. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle light of the Virginia countryside, young George Washington's education took shape in ways quite different from many of his contemporaries. Unlike the formally educated sons of wealthy families who attended schools in England, Washington's learning came through more humble and practical channels. His formal schooling likely ended around the age of 15, a fact that would later cause him moments of self-consciousness when in the company of more scholarly gentlemen. Yet this apparent limitation would shape a mind that valued practical wisdom and direct experience over abstract theory. Washington's early education began at home, where he likely learned his letters and numbers from his father Augustine, and perhaps his older half-brothers. The soft rustling of papers and the quiet murmur of lessons would have filled the rooms of the Washington home in those early years. Later, he attended a small local school, possibly run by the church sexton or a tenant farmer. There, amid the drowsy buzz of summer afternoons and the cozy warmth of winter mornings, he studied the fundamentals of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Mathematics came naturally to the young Washington, his mind taking pleasure in the orderly progression of numbers and the satisfaction of problems solved. This affinity would later serve him well in his work as a surveyor, as he carefully measured the rolling hills and verdant valleys of the Virginia wilderness. His handwriting, too, developed into a clear, measured script that reflected his methodical nature, each letter formed with deliberate care. While Latin and Greek were common subjects for gentlemen of his era, Washington's curriculum focused more on practical matters. Instead of ancient languages, he studied subjects that would prepare him for life as a Virginia planter and businessman. The rhythmic scratch of his quill pen against paper would have accompanied his practice of penmanship and composition, skills he would use throughout his life in correspondence and record-keeping. Among the most influential books in Washington's early education was The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior in Company and Conversation, a collection of 110 precepts on proper conduct that he carefully copied as a penmanship exercise when he was about 14 or 15. The gentle wisdom of these maxims seeped into his consciousness, guiding his development as a gentleman. These principles of respectful interaction and self-discipline became woven into the fabric of his character, like the soft threads of a comfortable blanket that would warm him throughout his life. Washington's half-brother Lawrence, 14 years his senior, became an important mentor after their father's death in 1743. Lawrence had attended school in England and served as an officer in the British military, experiences that gave him a broader perspective on the world. On warm evenings at Mount Vernon, which Lawrence had inherited, the brothers would sit together on the veranda overlooking the Potomac River, its waters reflecting the fading light as Lawrence shared stories of military life and the wider world beyond Virginia's shores. The gentle influence of Lawrence introduced young George to military matters and the social circles of the Virginia gentry. Through Lawrence's marriage to Anne Fairfax, George gained access to the library and guidance of Lord Fairfax, one of the most educated and cultured men in the colony. Lord Fairfax took an interest in the earnest young man, lending him books from his extensive collection and engaging him in conversations that expanded his horizons like the gradually lightening sky at dawn. Mathematics remained Washington's strongest academic interest, and he pursued it with quiet diligence. Under the tutelage of local teachers and through self-study, he developed skills in geometry and trigonometry that would later prove essential to his work as a surveyor. On peaceful afternoons, he would practice his calculations, the soft scratching of his pencil, a soothing counterpoint to the distant calls of birds in the Virginia woods. By his mid-teens, Washington had begun to study surveying, a profession that combined his mathematical aptitude with practical application and the promise of financial independence. The careful measurement of land, the precise drawing of boundaries, the thoughtful observation of topographical features, all these aspects of surveying appealed to his methodical mind. Under the gentle guidance of experienced surveyors, he learned to use the compass and chain to calculate distances and angles, to translate the three-dimensional landscape onto two-dimensional maps with accuracy and clarity. At 16, Washington accompanied George William Fairfax on a surveying expedition to the Shenandoah Valley, his first significant journey away from the familiar landscapes of his childhood. As they traveled through the wilderness, the young surveyor's education continued in ways no classroom could provide. The soft rustle of leaves overhead, the gentle babble of streams crossing their path, the quiet crackle of their evening campfire, these were the sounds that accompanied his learning now in the Shenandoah. Washington observed the interactions between settlers and Native Americans, between frontiersmen and colonial officials, between man and the untamed wilderness. These observations formed an important part of his developing worldview, teaching him about the complexities of human relationships and the challenges of governance in a diverse and expanding society. The lessons came not from books, but from life itself, absorbed gradually like the warmth of the sun on a cool spring morning. Washington's practical education extended to agriculture as well as he began to manage his own lands. He studied the cultivation of tobacco, wheat, and other crops, learning through observation, conversation with experienced planters, and his own careful experimentation. He developed a deep understanding of soil conditions, weather patterns, and farming techniques, knowledge that came not from formal study, but from the patient observation of nature's rhythms and the gentle cycle of seasons. Though not formally schooled in literature, Washington gradually built his own library, collecting books on agriculture, military science, history, and politics. In the quiet evenings at Mount Vernon, by the soft glow of candlelight, he would read these volumes, absorbing their wisdom at his own pace. His reading was purposeful rather than wide-ranging, focused on subjects that would help him in his practical endeavors, rather than on philosophy or the classics. Washington's intellectual development was further shaped by his association with more formally educated men in his role as a young officer in the Virginia militia. He corresponded with British officers and colonial officials, adapting his writing style to match their more polished prose. Through these exchanges, conducted in letters that traveled slowly across the colony and across the ocean, he developed a clear, direct manner of expression that would serve him well throughout his public life. The gentle influence of Martha Dandridge Custis, whom Washington married in 1759, also contributed to his continuing education. Martha had been raised in a household that valued learning, and she brought to their marriage a refinement and social grace that complemented Washington's more practical knowledge. Together in the evenings, they might read aloud to each other or discuss the news and ideas circulating in colonial society. Their quiet conversations, blending with the soft sounds of the household, settling for the night. Washington's military experiences provided another form of education, teaching him lessons about leadership, strategy, and human nature that no textbook could convey. During the French and Indian War, as a young officer in the Virginia Regiment, he learned through both success and failure, through the tension of battle and the long, quiet hours of camp life, the whispered conferences with other officers, the careful planning of campaigns, the thoughtful evaluation of terrain and resources, all these experiences shaped his developing mind. Throughout his life, Washington remained conscious of the gaps in his formal education and worked steadily to address them. He listened carefully to the conversations of more learned men, absorbing their ideas and perspectives like a gentle rain soaking into thirsty soil. He read newspapers and correspondence from across the colonies and from Europe, gradually building his understanding of political theory and current events. What distinguished Washington's intellectual development was not brilliance or originality, but a steady, patient accumulation of practical knowledge and wisdom, like the slow growth of the trees on his beloved Mount Vernon estate. His understanding developed gradually over time, nourished by experience and observation rather than formal instruction. His notebooks and diaries reveal a mind constantly engaged in learning, recording observations about agriculture, weather patterns, and human behavior. The soft turning of these pages in the evening hours would have been accompanied by the gentle scratching of his pen as he noted the day's events and insights, preserving them for future reflection. In matters of religion and philosophy, Washington developed a quiet, tolerant perspective that valued moral behavior over doctrinal strictness. He attended the Anglican Church, but embraced an outlook that respected different religious traditions. This broad-mindedness grew not from academic study of theology, but from his practical experiences with people of various faiths and backgrounds throughout the colonies. Washington's talents as a leader emerged gradually through his experiences in both military and civilian contexts. He learned to listen carefully to different viewpoints, to consider options thoughtfully before making decisions, and to inspire confidence through his steady, reliable presence. These abilities developed not through formal training in leadership, but through the lived experience of guiding others through challenging situations. His skill in managing his plantation demonstrated another aspect of his practical intelligence. He kept meticulous records of plantings and harvests, of expenses and income, of weather conditions and agricultural experiments. The soft rustling of these account books in the evening hours spoke of a mind that found satisfaction in order and careful planning. By the time events began pushing the colonies toward revolution, Washington had developed an intellect that, while not traditionally scholarly, was well suited to the challenges that lay ahead. His understanding of military matters, his experience in frontier diplomacy, his familiarity with the varied landscapes and peoples of the colonies, and his reputation for sound judgment and integrity, all prepared him for the role he would play in the birth of a new nation. As night deepens and stars shine more brightly in the velvet sky above Mount Vernon, we can imagine the man himself sitting quietly by the fire, perhaps reading a letter from a fellow planter, or a report on agricultural methods. His day has been full of practical concerns, overseeing the planting of fields, resolving a dispute among workers, planning improvements to the estate. But his mind continues to work, absorbing new information, considering problems from different angles, growing in understanding just as surely as the crops grow in his fields. In this peaceful moment, the future general and president is still becoming the man he will be. His education continuing through every conversation, every book, every careful observation of the world around him. The gentle tick of the clock on the mantel marks the passing of time, while the soft crackle of the fire provides a soothing backdrop to his thoughts. Tomorrow will bring new lessons, new challenges, new opportunities to apply what he has learned, and to learn still more. For George Washington, education was not something completed in youth, but a lifelong process, as natural and necessary as breathing, as constant as the flowing of the Potomac past his beloved home. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. Long before George, Washington became the revered first president of a nation yet to be born. He was simply a young man finding his way in the colonial wilderness of Virginia. The soft morning mists that rose from the Potomac River would have greeted the young Washington as he began his earliest professional endeavors, his footsteps leaving gentle impressions in the dewy grass of his beloved Virginia countryside. Washington's first significant professional role came to him when he was just 16 years old. Imagine the tall, somewhat gangly youth, his reddish-brown hair tied back, carefully measuring distances and marking boundaries in the wilderness. As a surveyor's assistant, young George would spend long, quiet days beneath the canopy of ancient trees, listening to the whisper of leaves overhead and the distant calls of birds, while learning the precise art of measuring the land. The methodical nature of this work suited his careful, deliberate temperament perfectly. By 17, Washington had completed nearly 40 surveys and was appointed the official surveyor of Culpeper County. Picture him riding slowly through forested paths, his saddlebags filled with instruments and papers, the rhythmic hoofbeats of his horse creating a soothing cadence as he traveled between assignments. The frontier was still wild then, the great trees standing sentinel as they had for centuries, witnessing this young man's first steps toward his destiny. These surveying journeys took Washington far from the comforts of settled areas, introducing him to the challenges of frontier life. He would often sleep beneath the stars, the gentle symphony of night creatures lulling him to sleep after long days of work. Sometimes rain would fall softly on the canvas of his tent, creating a peaceful percussion that accompanied his dreams. During these expeditions, he learned to navigate difficult terrain, to read the subtle signs of weather changes, and to interact with both settlers and Native American communities with diplomatic skill beyond his years. The patience required for this meticulous work helped shape Washington's character. Each careful measurement, each precisely drawn line on his maps, each notation in his journal contributed to his growing reputation for thoroughness and reliability. His surveying work also provided him with a valuable understanding of the land that would later serve him well during military campaigns. He came to know the rolling hills, hidden valleys, and winding rivers of Virginia and beyond as intimately as the features of a loved one's face. In these formative professional years, Washington also began to develop relationships with influential families in Virginia society. The Fairfax family, in particular, took an interest in the promising young man, Lord Fairfax, who owned vast tracts of land in the colony, recognized Washington's potential, and became something of a mentor to him. Imagine the young surveyor sitting in the elegant drawing room at Belvoir, the Fairfax estate, perhaps sipping tea as the afternoon sun cast long, golden beams through tall windows. In these moments, Washington observed and absorbed the manners and conversations of the colonial elite, learning lessons in social grace that would serve him throughout his life. Through his connection with the Fairfax family, Washington was exposed to books, ideas, and discussions that expanded his worldview. Though not formally educated in the manner of many of his contemporaries, he developed a practical intelligence and a habit of careful listening that allowed him to learn from every situation. The soft turning of pages in borrowed books might have accompanied many of his evenings as he sought to improve himself through reading history, agriculture, and military science. As the gentle years passed, like a slow-flowing river carving its path through the landscape, Washington's professional horizons expanded beyond surveying. At the age of 21, with the first light touches of maturity beginning to shape his features, he embarked on a new path that would eventually lead him to military service. The death of his half-brother Lawrence left him with increased responsibilities, including the eventual inheritance of Mount Vernon. The rolling fields and peaceful vistas of this estate would become his beloved home. But before he could settle into the life of a gentleman farmer, duty called him in another direction. In 1753, as autumn leaves drifted lazily to the ground across Virginia, Lieutenant Governor Robert Dinwiddie selected the young Washington for an important diplomatic mission. French forces were establishing themselves in the Ohio Valley, territory claimed by both France and Great Britain. Washington, not yet 22 years old, was tasked with delivering a message to the French, requesting their withdrawal from the region. Imagine him preparing for this journey, carefully packing supplies, studying what maps were available, perhaps standing quietly by a window, watching the last golden light of day fade as he contemplated the challenges ahead. The journey to the Ohio Valley was arduous, particularly as winter approached with its soft blanket of snow and biting winds. Washington and his small party traveled through wilderness that few colonists had seen, negotiating with Native American leaders and observing French fortifications along the way. The young envoy kept a detailed journal of his experiences, his neat handwriting filling page after page with observations about the landscape, the weather, and the people he encountered. These writings, later published, would bring him his first taste of public recognition. Though the diplomatic mission ultimately failed to convince the French to withdraw, Washington's careful documentation of their military positions and his safe return, despite numerous hardships, impressed his superiors. The quiet determination he displayed, his ability to maintain his composure in difficult circumstances, and his willingness to endure physical discomfort for the sake of duty began to establish the reputation for steadfastness that would define him throughout his life. Following this mission, as spring flowers began to bloom once more across Virginia's gentle hills, Washington was commissioned as a lieutenant colonel in the Virginia militia. At 22, he found himself responsible for leading men in what would become known as the French and Indian War. Picture the young officer, still learning the complexities of military leadership, sitting by a campfire as darkness settled around him, perhaps writing letters by the flickering light, or discussing strategy with his officers, the soft murmur of their voices blending with the night sounds of the forest. His first significant military engagement came at the Battle of Jumonville Glen in May 1754. The encounter was brief but consequential, resulting in the death of a French diplomat and escalating tensions between Britain and France. Washington's forces constructed Fort Necessity, a simple circular palisade in a clearing, where they were soon surrounded by a larger French force. After a day of fighting in steady summer rain that dampened gunpowder and spirits alike, Washington was forced to surrender. This early military setback might have discouraged a less resilient man, but Washington absorbed the lessons of the defeat. The gentle rhythm of experience was teaching him about the realities of warfare, the importance of proper supplies and reinforcements, and the challenges of maintaining morale among troops facing difficult conditions. Each challenge was like a stone polishing the riverbed, gradually shaping him into the leader he would become. The following year, Washington volunteered to serve as an aide to British General Edward Braddock on an expedition to capture Fort Duquesne from the French. The expedition ended in disaster when Braddock's forces were ambushed by French and Native American fighters. In the chaos of battle, with the sounds of musket fire echoing through the trees, and the air thick with smoke and confusion, Washington displayed remarkable courage despite having 2 horses shot from beneath him and 4 bullets passing through his clothing. He emerged unharmed and helped organize the retreat of surviving forces. This experience left a deep impression on Washington. The quiet evenings that followed, as he reflected on what had occurred, surely brought both sorrow for those lost and gratitude for his own survival. The lessons learned during Braddock's defeat would inform his military thinking for years to come, teaching him about the limitations of European battle tactics in the American wilderness and the importance of adapting to local conditions. In the aftermath of these early military experiences, Washington was appointed commander of all Virginia forces at the age of 23. Imagine him in his tent at night, a single candle casting soft shadows as he wrote reports and orders, the weight of responsibility settling on his broad shoulders. He faced numerous challenges in this role: insufficient funding for his troops, difficulties in recruiting and maintaining discipline, and the complex task of defending a frontier that stretched for hundreds of miles. During these years of military service, Washington developed the leadership style that would later distinguish him. He led by example, sharing the hardships of his men rather than claiming special privileges. He was firm but fair in matters of discipline, understanding that respect was earned through consistency and integrity rather than demanded through rank alone. The quiet authority he projected, like the steady presence of a great oak tree in a forest, inspired confidence in those under his command. Between military campaigns, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, where the peaceful rhythms of agricultural life provided a welcome contrast to the tensions of the frontier. Picture him walking slowly through fields at dawn, dew dampening his boots, as he considered improvements to crop rotation or new methods of soil conservation. These intervals allowed him to develop his skills as a planter and to begin the transformation of Mount Vernon into the productive estate it would become. In 1758, after 5 years of military service, Washington resigned his commission and returned to civilian life. The war continued, but his part in it was over. He had gained valuable experience, established important connections, and earned a reputation for courage and leadership that extended beyond Virginia. As he settled into the gentle pace of life at Mount Vernon, perhaps watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of pink and gold over the Potomac, he could not have known that his military career was merely paused, not ended. The years that followed brought personal changes that completed Washington's transition to the life of a Virginia gentleman. In January 1759, he married Martha Dandridge Custis, a wealthy widow with 2 young children. Their wedding day might have been crisp and clear, winter sunlight streaming through windows as they spoke their vows, beginning a partnership that would sustain them both through the momentous events to come. As master of Mount Vernon and through his marriage to Martha, Washington became one of the wealthiest men in Virginia. He expanded his land holdings, improved agricultural practices on his estates, and became increasingly involved in local affairs. Elected to the Virginia House of Burgesses, he began to develop his understanding of colonial politics, often sitting quietly during debates, listening carefully before offering his opinions in his characteristically measured way. These years of relative peace allowed Washington to refine his skills as a planter and businessman. He experimented with crop diversification, moving away from tobacco toward wheat and other grains. He established a profitable fishing operation on the Potomac and a distillery that produced whiskey. Each of these ventures required careful planning and management, skills that Washington applied with his typical thoroughness. Though he had withdrawn from military life, Washington maintained his interest in frontier affairs and the welfare of veterans who had served under him. He advocated for the rights of former soldiers to claim land grants promised to them for their service, sometimes using his own resources to help those in need. This quiet generosity, offered without expectation of recognition, revealed the compassion that balanced his natural reserve. As tensions between the colonies and Great Britain gradually increased, like the slow gathering of clouds before a summer storm, Washington's experiences and reputation positioned him to play a central role in the events to come. His understanding of military matters, his experience in frontier diplomacy, his familiarity with the varied landscapes and peoples of the colonies, and his reputation for sound judgment and integrity, all prepared him for the leadership he would be called to provide. During this period of growing colonial discontent, Washington became increasingly concerned about British policies. The imposition of taxes without colonial representation in Parliament, restrictions on Western settlement, and other measures seemed to him both unjust and unwise. Though not an outspoken revolutionary in the early stages of the conflict, his quiet conviction that the colonies deserved fair treatment from the mother country aligned him with those seeking redress of grievances. In 1774, Washington was selected as a delegate to the First Continental Congress, where representatives from the colonies gathered to discuss their response to British actions. Imagine him traveling to Philadelphia in early autumn, perhaps noticing the first touches of gold and crimson in the trees along the road, contemplating the serious matters to be addressed in the gathering of colonial leaders. Washington's military experience and dignified presence made him a natural figure of respect, though he rarely made speeches. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As tensions between the colonies and Great Britain gradually increased, like the slow gathering of clouds before a summer storm, Washington's experiences and reputation positioned him to play a central role in the events to come. His understanding of military matters, his experience in frontier diplomacy, his familiarity with the varied landscapes and peoples of the colonies, and his reputation for sound judgment and integrity, all prepared him for the leadership he would be called to provide. During this period of growing colonial discontent, Washington became increasingly concerned about British policies. The imposition of taxes without colonial representation in Parliament, restrictions on Western settlement, and other measures seemed to him both unjust and unwise, though not an outspoken revolutionary in the early stages of the conflict. His quiet conviction that the colonies deserved fair treatment from the mother country aligned him with those seeking redress of grievances. In 1774, Washington was selected as a delegate to the First Continental Congress, where representatives from the colonies gathered to discuss their response to British actions. Imagine him traveling to Philadelphia in early autumn, perhaps noticing the first touches of gold and crimson in the trees along the road, contemplating the serious matters to be addressed in the gathering of colonial leaders. Washington's military experience and dignified presence made him a natural figure of respect, though he rarely made speeches. When the Second Continental Congress convened in May of 1775, the situation had changed dramatically. The first shots of the American Revolution had been fired at Lexington and Concord, and a colonial militia was gathering around Boston, holding British forces in check, but lacking formal leadership and organization. The Congress needed someone to unify and lead these disparate colonial forces, someone with military experience who could command respect across regional boundaries. On a warm June day in 1775, Washington was unanimously selected to serve as Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. Picture him sitting in the hall, perhaps feeling the weight of expectation settling upon his shoulders like a heavy cloak. With characteristic humility, he accepted this momentous responsibility, declining any salary and requesting only that his expenses be reimbursed. In his quiet, measured way, he expressed doubts about his abilities to meet such a challenge. Yet, his willingness to serve revealed the depth of his commitment to the colonial cause. Washington journeyed to Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he took command of the colonial forces on July 3, 1775. The army he found there was more an assemblage of local militias than a cohesive fighting force. Men from different colonies held regional loyalties and suspicions. Many lacked proper equipment, training, and discipline. Some had enlisted for short terms and were eager to return to their farms and families. Supplies were scarce, and systems for acquiring and distributing them were rudimentary at best. With patient determination, like a gardener tending to a diverse and challenging plot of land, Washington began the slow work of creating a unified army. He established standards for recruitment, training, and discipline. He worked to secure supplies and create systems for their distribution. He navigated the complex politics of the Continental Congress and the various colonial governments to maintain support for the war effort. All of this he did with a steady hand and calm demeanor, even as setbacks and challenges multiplied around him. The early years of the war brought more defeats than victories. After successfully forcing the British to evacuate Boston in March 1776, Washington moved his army to New York, anticipating the next British move. The summer and fall of 1776 saw a series of defeats as the Continental Army was driven from New York City and across New Jersey. The situation seemed dire, with enlistments expiring and morale faltering like a candle flame in a drafty room. In this moment of crisis, Washington demonstrated the blend of boldness and calculation that would characterize his military leadership. On Christmas night, 1776, he led his troops across the ice-choked Delaware River and launched a surprise attack on Hessian forces at Trenton. Imagine the scene: the dark river, fragments of ice drifting in the current, the muffled sounds of men and equipment being loaded into boats. Washington standing tall in the bow, his face illuminated briefly by a lantern's glow. The victory at Trenton, followed by another at Princeton a week later, revitalized the revolutionary cause and revealed Washington's capacity for decisive action when circumstances demanded it. The pattern of the war continued with alternating successes and setbacks. Washington lost Philadelphia to the British in 1777, but maintained his army's cohesion, while the Continental Army endured the harsh winter at Valley Forge in 1777-778. Washington worked with officers like Baron von Steuben to improve training and discipline. Picture the snow-covered encampment, smoke rising from crude chimneys, men drilling in the cold, and Washington moving among them, his presence a source of encouragement and his determination undiminished by hardship. The French alliance in 1778 brought new resources and possibilities to the American cause. Washington coordinated with French forces, both naval and land-based, maintaining the delicate relationship with skill and diplomacy. His strategic vision expanded to incorporate these new allies, culminating in the Yorktown Campaign of 1781. The victory at Yorktown, where British forces under General Cornwallis surrendered, effectively ended major combat operations, though the war would not officially conclude until the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Throughout these long years of conflict, Washington demonstrated remarkable persistence. Like a river that slowly shapes the landscape, his steady leadership wore down British resolve and maintained the revolutionary cause through its darkest hours. His strategic approach evolved over time, from seeking decisive battles early in the war to adopting a more cautious stance aimed at preserving his army and wearing down British will and resources. He understood that American victory did not require defeating the British military outright, but rather making the cost of continuing the war too high for Britain to bear. Perhaps equally important was Washington's relationship with civilian authority. In an age when successful generals often seized political power, he remained steadfastly committed to civilian control of the military. He regularly corresponded with Congress, seeking guidance and authorization for his actions. Even when Congress failed to provide adequate support for his troops, he channeled his frustration into persuasive appeals rather than threats or insubordination. This precedent of military deference to civilian leadership would prove crucial for the young nation's future. As the war drew to a close, Washington faced perhaps his greatest test of character in 1783, with peace negotiations underway, but not yet concluded. Some officers of the Continental Army, frustrated by Congress's failure to provide promised pay and pensions, contemplated using military force to secure their demands. The Newburgh Conspiracy, as it came to be known, might have led to military control of the government had Washington not intervened. Addressing his officers at Newburgh, New York, Washington appealed to their patriotism and sense of honor. This simple, human gesture reminded his officers of their shared sacrifices and the principles for which they had fought. The conspiracy dissolved, and civilian authority remained intact when the Treaty of Paris was signed in September 1783, officially ending the Revolutionary War. Washington did something that astonished the world. Like a farmer returning to his fields after a long journey, he resigned his commission as commander-in-chief and returned to private life at Mount Vernon. In an age when military leaders often seized power, Washington's voluntary relinquishment of authority established a precedent of civilian supremacy that would become a cornerstone of American democracy. Washington's retirement proved brief. The government established under the Articles of Confederation struggled to address the new nation's challenges. Trade disputes between states, difficulties in managing the national debt, and the inability to coordinate effective responses to crises like Shays' Rebellion in Massachusetts revealed the weaknesses of the existing system. Washington, though reluctant to re-enter public life, agreed to attend the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia in 1787. His presence at the convention lent credibility to the proceedings. Elected to serve as president of the convention, Washington rarely participated in debates, but maintained an atmosphere conducive to productive discussion. His support for a stronger central government influenced the direction of the deliberations when the new Constitution was completed and submitted to the states for ratification. Washington's endorsement carried significant weight with the American public. With the Constitution ratified, the Electoral College unanimously selected Washington as the first president of the United States, once again setting aside his desire for private life. Like a weary traveler agreeing to one more journey, he accepted this new responsibility. On April 30, 1789, on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, Washington took the oath of office as the nation's first president. The challenges facing the new government were immense. Basic institutions needed to be created, precedents established, and public confidence built. Washington approached these tasks with the same methodical care he had shown during the war. He assembled a talented cabinet, including Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Though these men held divergent views on many issues, Washington valued their perspectives and managed their differences with skill. Under Washington's guidance, the new government established its financial footing. Hamilton's financial program, which included the federal assumption of state debts and the creation of a national bank, placed the nation's finances on a more stable foundation. The system of federal courts was organized through the Judiciary Act of 1789. Executive departments were established, and their relationships with the presidency defined. Foreign relations were conducted with careful attention to maintaining American independence amid European conflicts. Washington's approach to the presidency, like his earlier approach to military command, emphasized dignity, restraint, and respect for constitutional limits. He understood that his actions would set precedents for future presidents. He consulted with the Senate on treaties and appointments as the Constitution directed. He used the veto power sparingly. He established the tradition of a cabinet of advisors while maintaining ultimate decision-making authority. In his personal conduct, he maintained a formal dignity that some found stiff, but which served to elevate the office above partisan politics. After serving 2 terms as president, Washington again chose to relinquish power voluntarily. His farewell address, published in newspapers across the country in September 1796, offered guidance to the nation he had helped to create. He warned against the dangers of excessive partisanship, emphasized the importance of maintaining unity among the states, advised caution in foreign attachments, and stressed the connection between religion, morality, and good government, like a parent offering final words of wisdom before departing. He shared the insights gained through long experience in public service. In retirement at Mount Vernon, Washington returned to the agricultural pursuits that had always given him satisfaction. Imagine him riding across his fields in the early morning, noting crops to be harvested or land to be prepared for planting, greeting workers by name, and taking pleasure in the productive use of the land. Though he had left public office, he maintained an active correspondence and followed national developments with interest. Washington's final illness came suddenly in December 1799, after riding around his estate on a cold, wet day. He developed a severe throat infection. Despite the efforts of several physicians, his condition worsened rapidly. With characteristic composure, he gave instructions for his burial and faced death with dignity. On December 14, 1799, surrounded by loved ones in his bedroom at Mount Vernon, George Washington passed away. The nation mourned its founding father with genuine grief. Memorial services were held throughout the country. Congress commissioned a marble monument in the Capitol, and plans began for what would eventually become the Washington Monument. More meaningful than these formal tributes was the deep sense of loss felt by ordinary Americans who recognized that a truly exceptional leader had departed. Washington's legacy extends far beyond his specific achievements. By relinquishing power, first as commander-in-chief and later as president, he established the principle of peaceful transfer of authority that remains essential to democratic governance. His commitment to civilian control of the military set a precedent that has endured throughout American history. His vision of a united nation, independent in its foreign relations, and developing its own identity, helped shape the country's early direction. Perhaps most importantly, Washington provided a model of leadership based on character and principle, rather than ideology or partisan advantage. His personal qualities, patience, perseverance, integrity, and a sense of duty that transcended self-interest enabled him to guide the nation through its formative years. Like a skilled captain navigating treacherous waters, he steered the ship of state with a steady hand, avoiding the rocks of tyranny on one side and the shoals of anarchy on the other. In the centuries since his death, Washington has been mythologized and humanized in turns. The marble statues and formal portraits capture something of his dignity, but miss the living man, the surveyor who delighted in measuring and mapping the land, the farmer who experimented with crop rotation and soil improvement, the military leader who shared his troops' hardships, the president who carefully considered diverse viewpoints before making decisions. His greatness lay not in superhuman qualities, but in the consistent application of sound judgment, steady resolve, and unwavering commitment to the common good. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine Washington at the end of a long day, perhaps sitting on the piazza at Mount Vernon, watching the sun set over the Potomac River. The duties of the day complete, he takes a moment to appreciate the beauty of the scene, the golden light on the water, the distant hills fading into shadow, the first stars appearing in the darkening sky. In this peaceful moment, we can sense the man behind the monument, the human being who, through extraordinary times, maintained the balance and perspective that allowed him to lead a nation into being. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet of his beloved Mount Vernon, away from the clamor of politics and the weight of a nation's expectations, George Washington found solace in the rhythms of daily life. The grand estate overlooking the Potomac River was more than just his home. It was his sanctuary, his passion, and the place where he could simply be himself, rather than the towering figure of history. Washington rose with the sun, a habit formed during his years as a surveyor and military man. early morning hours were precious to him. He would often write in his journal by candlelight, recording his thoughts and plans for the day ahead in neat, measured handwriting. These private moments of reflection helped center him before the busy day began. Sometimes he would pause in his writing, gazing out the window at the misty fields, watching as the first golden rays of sunlight slowly illuminated his beloved grounds. After dressing, Washington enjoyed a simple breakfast, often accompanied by his wife Martha. Their marriage was one of deep companionship and mutual respect. Though their union began partly as a practical arrangement, Martha was a wealthy widow with considerable property. When they wed in 1759, it blossomed into a relationship of genuine affection and support. Martha was his confidant, his partner in managing their extensive household, and a calming presence during the tumultuous years of revolution and nation building. Washington had no biological children of his own, but he embraced his role as stepfather to Martha's children from her first marriage, John Parke Custis and Martha Parke Custis. Later, after John's untimely death, George and Martha raised 2 of their grandchildren at Mount Vernon. Young Aliner, Nellie, and George Washington Parke Custis brought youthful energy to the household, and Washington took great pleasure in their education and development. His letters reveal a tender, paternal side to the otherwise formal statesman, inquiring about their studies, offering gentle guidance, and occasionally indulging them with small gifts. The grounds of Mount Vernon reflected Washington's passion for agriculture and landscaping. He approached farming not merely as a gentleman's hobby, but with scientific curiosity and methodical experimentation. Walking through his gardens in the cool morning air, Washington would inspect new plantings, observe the growth of experimental crops, and make notes on weather conditions. He corresponded extensively with other agricultural innovators of his time, exchanging seeds, techniques, and observations. Washington found deep satisfaction in improving his land. He studied soil conservation methods, crop rotation systems, and innovative fertilization approaches. His careful records show a man attuned to the subtle relationship between human cultivation and natural processes. In these peaceful pursuits, far from battlefields and political chambers, Washington discovered a rhythm that nourished his spirit. The slow, patient work of coaxing life from the soil and creating beauty in his surroundings. The gardens at Mount Vernon reflected both practical and aesthetic sensibilities. The kitchen garden supplied fresh vegetables and herbs for the household, while ornamental gardens with carefully planned walkways and vistas provided spaces for contemplation and enjoyment. Washington personally selected many of the trees and shrubs, envisioning how they would mature over decades to frame views of the river or provide welcome shade during Virginia's warm summers. In the afternoons, Washington often rode through his extensive property on horseback. An accomplished equestrian from his youth, He maintained this habit well into his later years. These rides served multiple purposes, allowing him to inspect distant fields and construction projects, providing healthy exercise, and offering moments of solitude in which to think. His favorite mount in his later years was a handsome white horse named Prescott, who seemed to understand his master's moods and responded to the slightest guidance. The relationship between Washington and his horses revealed much about his character. Gentle yet authoritative, he treated these animals with consistent respect and care. Stable hands noted that Washington never approached his horses when angry or impatient. Understanding that animals, like people, respond best to calm, confident leadership, this principle extended to his relationships with the many people who lived and worked at Mount Vernon, including the enslaved individuals whose labor sustained the plantation economy. Washington's views on slavery evolved throughout his life, creating what historians recognize as a profound moral conflict within him. While he depended on enslaved labor and was embedded in Virginia's plantation society, his experiences during the Revolution and his contemplation of liberty's meaning led him to increasingly question the institution. In his final will, he arranged for the freedom of his slaves after Martha's death, an incomplete but significant moral step for a man of his time and position. The evening hours at Mount Vernon were often social ones. Washington and Martha were known for their hospitality, welcoming a steady stream of visitors ranging from old military comrades to foreign dignitaries to family friends. The Washingtons set a generous but not extravagant table. George particularly enjoyed seafood harvested from the Potomac. Fresh oysters were a special favorite, and locally grown fruits and vegetables. He maintained a well-stocked wine cellar, favoring Madeira, though he practiced moderation in his own consumption. Conversation around the Washington dinner table was lively but rarely contentious. Though deeply invested in the political developments of the new nation, Washington worked to maintain Mount Vernon as a haven from partisan rancor. He was more likely to discuss agricultural innovations, share stories from his surveying days, or inquire about his guests' families and interests than to engage in heated political debate. This reflected his broader philosophy that civil discourse and personal relationships should transcend political differences. Music occasionally filled the Mount Vernon evenings. Washington himself did not play an instrument, but he appreciated musical performances and sometimes hosted musicians. Martha's granddaughter Nellie was accomplished on the harpsichord, and her playing brought particular joy to the household. On special occasions, there might be dancing in the large central hall. Washington, despite his somewhat formal public persona, was known to be a graceful and enthusiastic dancer who particularly enjoyed the minuet. Reading was another evening pleasure. Washington's library contained hundreds of volumes on subjects ranging from military strategy to classical history to agricultural science, though lacking formal higher education. He cultivated a lifelong habit of self-improvement through reading. In quiet evenings by the fireplace, he might pore over the latest agricultural treatise from Europe, catch up on correspondence from friends, or occasionally enjoy lighter reading. He subscribed to several newspapers and periodicals, keeping himself informed on developments throughout the States and abroad. Washington's personal correspondence reveals a man more warm and nuanced than his public image suggested. His letters to close friends like the Marquis de Lafayette showed genuine affection and sometimes playful humor. With trusted companions, he could set aside the careful reserve that characterized his public demeanor. These friendships sustained him through difficult periods and provided emotional connections that balanced the isolation sometimes imposed by his unique position in American life. Sleep came early at Mount Vernon, usually not long after darkness fell. Washington valued rest as essential to health and clear thinking. His bedchamber was simply but comfortably appointed, with windows that caught the morning light and summer breezes. Before retiring, he often took a final walk through the house, checking that candles were extinguished and doors secured. Small, mindful habits that reflected his attentiveness to detail and his sense of responsibility for his household. Dreams came easily to a man who had lived so fully during his waking hours. Perhaps in sleep, the weight of history temporarily lifted from his shoulders, and he was simply a man at peace in the home he loved, surrounded by the people who mattered most to him. The changing seasons brought different pleasures and activities to Washington's personal life. Spring meant renewed agricultural activity, planning new plantings, watching as the gardens came to life, welcoming the return of songbirds to Mount Vernon. Summer brought lush growth, but also Virginia's challenging heat and humidity. Washington would sometimes seek relief by sitting on the piazza in the late afternoon, enjoying the breeze from the river while sipping cool beverages and conversing with family or guests. Autumn was a season of harvest and preparation, with the household busy preserving foods for winter and completing outdoor projects before cold weather arrived. Washington took satisfaction in well-filled storehouses and completed improvements, tangible evidence of successful stewardship. Winter brought a slower pace, more time for reading and correspondence, and the simple pleasure of evenings by the fire. Throughout all seasons, Washington maintained his commitment to physical activity, believing it essential for health. Even in his 60s, he continued riding, walking his grounds, and engaging in practical tasks around the estate. His physical presence was imposing, standing over 6 feet tall, with a strong, athletic build maintained throughout his life. Yet those who knew him well saw beyond this commanding exterior to the thoughtful, sometimes vulnerable human being within. Washington's spiritual life was characterized by quiet reverence rather than demonstrative piety. He attended Episcopal services when possible and served as a vestryman in his local parish. But his personal faith seemed to find expression primarily in ethical conduct and appreciation of creation, rather than theological doctrine. Walking his lands, observing the intricate patterns of natural growth and change, Washington found evidence of divine order and purpose that informed his understanding of human affairs, as well as evening settles once more over Mount Vernon. We might imagine Washington completing his day, as he often did, with a final review of his diary, noting the day's activities, weather conditions, and perhaps a brief reflection on events. The candle flickers gently beside him, casting soft shadows across the page. Outside, the Potomac flows steadily toward the Chesapeake, just as it did before his birth, and continues long after his passing, a reminder of the continuity of nature amidst the brief span of human lives, even those as consequential as his. In these quiet moments, away from the weight of command and the scrutiny of history, we glimpse the essential Washington, thoughtful, disciplined, attuned to the rhythms of the natural world, devoted to the people and places he loved. His greatness lay not only in dramatic moments of leadership, but in the consistent application of character and principle to daily life, creating patterns of thought and action that would influence a nation. As sleep approaches, we might find comfort in contemplating this balance of ordinary and extraordinary that defined America's first president. The farmer of Mount Vernon, who changed the course of history. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. As Washington's spiritual life found expression in his ethical conduct and appreciation of creation, so too did his resilience emerge through the numerous challenges that punctuated his remarkable journey. Throughout his life, George Washington encountered a tapestry of difficulties that would have overwhelmed lesser individuals. Yet, he met each with a quiet determination that would become his hallmark. In his early years, young George faced the profound loss of his father when he was merely 11 years old. This early encounter with grief reshaped his childhood, as he could no longer pursue the formal education in England that his older brothers had received. Instead, he relied on local schooling and self-instruction, developing a lifelong pattern of learning through observation and experience. The gentle winter evenings at Ferry Farm would find him copying mathematical formulas and practicing penmanship by candlelight, his young face serious with concentration as he worked to educate himself without the advantages his father had planned for him. The wilderness presented Washington with some of his earliest professional challenges. As a teenage surveyor venturing into the frontier regions of Virginia, he endured physical hardships that would have broken many spirits. Imagine him there, just 16 years old, sleeping on the cold ground beneath a canopy of stars, the forest around him alive with unfamiliar sounds. Rain would sometimes soak through his simple tent, leaving him shivering until dawn. Yet even then, Washington displayed his characteristic adaptability, learning from local guides how to find shelter in adverse conditions, how to read the landscape for signs of water and safe passage during these formative expeditions. Washington once wrote of crossing an ice-clogged river in winter, where he nearly drowned when his raft broke apart in the freezing current. The water closed around him, shocking his system with its bitter cold. But somehow, he managed to grasp a fragment of the raft and pull himself to safety on a small island. There he spent a miserable night, his clothes frozen stiff around him, waiting for morning when the river might freeze solid enough to walk across. This early brush with mortality taught him respect for natural forces and the value of careful preparation, lessons that would serve him well in the years to come. His military career began with what many would consider a significant failure in 1754 as a young lieutenant colonel in the Virginia militia. Washington was dispatched to the Ohio Valley to counter French expansion. At a place called Great Meadows, he constructed a makeshift fort aptly named Fort Necessity, a circular palisade barely 60 feet in diameter. When French forces arrived with superior numbers, a day-long battle in pouring rain led to Washington's only military surrender. The rain fell in gentle sheets, turning the fort's interior to mud, spoiling gunpowder, and dampening spirits. As darkness fell, Washington made the difficult decision to negotiate terms rather than sacrifice his men in a hopeless last stand. The terms of surrender, written in French, which Washington could not read, included an inadvertent admission of assassinating a French diplomat, a diplomatic embarrassment that rippled across 2 continents. One can imagine the weight of this moment. The young officer signing by flickering lamplight, unaware of the exact contents, feeling the heavy responsibility of command for the first time, rather than becoming bitter about this setback. Washington absorbed valuable lessons about preparation, language barriers, and the fog of war that would inform his future leadership. The French and Indian War provided further challenges and learning experiences. During General Braddock's disastrous expedition against Fort Duquesne in 1755, Washington witnessed the limitations of European military tactics in American wilderness. The column of British regulars, resplendent in their red coats, marched confidently through the forest until ambushed by French and Native American forces, who used the natural cover to devastating effect. Amidst the chaos of that defeat, with Braddock mortally wounded and British regulars fleeing in panic, Washington remained composed. Despite having 2 horses shot from beneath him and 4 bullets passing through his coat, he helped organize a retreat that saved many lives. The experience left him with a deep appreciation for adaptive tactics and the importance of understanding one's environment, concepts he would apply during the Revolution. Perhaps the most sustained period of challenge in Washington's life came during the long, uncertain years of the Revolutionary War. Valley Forge stands as the most poignant example of adversity during this time. As winter descended in December 1777, Washington led his depleted Continental Army to this Pennsylvania encampment after successive defeats. The cold settled over the valley like a heavy blanket, seeping into bones and spirits alike. Men lacked proper clothing, adequate food, and sufficient shelter. Disease spread through the ranks, claiming more soldiers than enemy bullets had taken in battle. On those bitter winter nights, Washington would walk among the crude log huts, witnessing the suffering of his men firsthand. The snow crunched softly beneath his boots as he moved from fire to fire, offering what encouragement he could. He shared their privations, declining comfortable quarters nearby, choosing instead to remain present with his army during its darkest hour. One soldier recalled seeing the general kneeling in the snow, praying quietly for divine assistance when he thought himself unobserved. The challenge at Valley Forge was not merely physical, but psychological, maintaining the fragile flame of revolution when its prospects seemed dimmest. Washington wrote poignant letters to Congress describing men without blankets huddling around fires all night, unable to sleep in the bitter cold, soldiers marking the snow with bloody footprints from their tattered shoes. Yet he never descended into despair or recrimination. Instead, he worked methodically to improve conditions, reorganize the army, and instill discipline and purpose. The arrival of Baron von Steuben during this difficult winter provided an unexpected opportunity. This Prussian officer, with Washington's support, implemented a training program that transformed the ragtag Continental forces into a more professional fighting force. Washington recognized that even in the depths of suffering, the seeds of future success could be planted. By spring, when the army emerged from Valley Forge, it was fundamentally changed, hardened by adversity, but also more unified and better trained. Financial challenges plagued Washington throughout the Revolutionary War. The Continental currency steadily lost value until, as Washington himself noted, a wagon load of money could scarcely purchase a wagon load of provisions. He often used his personal credit to secure supplies for his men or to provide for intelligence operations. At times, he paid his own staff from his dwindling resources, understanding that the cause required such sacrifices. These experiences instilled in him a lifelong concern about public credit and financial stability that would later influence his presidential policies. Perhaps the most painful challenges Washington faced were the personal betrayals that occurred during his years of service. Benedict Arnold's treachery in 1780 struck Washington deeply. He had valued Arnold as one of his most capable generals, and had defended him against earlier accusations. The discovery of Arnold's plot to surrender the crucial fortress at West Point revealed a conspiracy that might have critically wounded the American cause. Washington's initial response, recorded by those present, was one of profound sadness rather than anger. He asked quietly, before composing himself and taking swift action to secure West Point and reorganize its defenses. Less dramatic, but equally challenging, were the persistent political intrigues Washington faced throughout the war. Anonymous letters circulated questioning his leadership, while some in Congress worked to undermine his authority or replace him with other generals after military setbacks. The Conway Cabal of 1770, 71, 77, 8 represented one such effort, as certain officers and politicians suggested General Horatio Gates might be a more suitable commander. Washington met these challenges not with retribution or public complaints, but with quiet dignity, allowing his character and commitment to speak for themselves. The final years of the war tested Washington's patience as peace negotiations dragged on, and maintaining an army became increasingly difficult. By 1783, with victory secured but formal peace still pending, unpaid soldiers grew restless. At Newburgh, New York, some officers contemplated a march on Congress to demand their back pay and pensions. Washington learned of this brewing mutiny and addressed the officers personally. Finding them assembled, he began to read a prepared statement, but paused, reaching for his spectacles, something few had seen him use. But at this simple, human moment, revealing vulnerability rather than projecting strength, touched the officers deeply. Many were moved to tears, reminded of their shared sacrifices and the principles for which they had fought. The potential mutiny dissolved as Washington appealed not to their grievances, but to their higher ideals. It was characteristic of his leadership, finding strength in authenticity rather than posturing, addressing problems directly, but with sensitivity to human dignity. After the war, Washington faced the challenge of creating precedents for a new nation with no roadmap to follow. As the first president under the Constitution, every decision carried the weight of establishing tradition. The absence of clear guidelines sometimes left him isolated in his decision-making. During his first term, a deadly influenza epidemic struck Philadelphia, then the nation's capital. Washington was faced with competing advice about whether to flee the city or remain. He chose to leave temporarily for Mount Vernon, a decision that some criticized as abandonment. These criticisms wounded him, as he had always placed duty above personal comfort. Yet he accepted that leadership meant facing such judgments. His second term brought the challenge of maintaining American neutrality amid the wars following the French Revolution. Many Americans felt deep sympathy for France, America's Revolutionary War ally, and pressed for support against Britain. Others feared the radical nature of the French Revolution and preferred alignment with Britain. Washington chose a middle path, issuing his neutrality proclamation in 1793. The public reaction was immediate and often harsh, with some former supporters accusing him of betraying revolutionary principles. Political newspapers published increasingly personal attacks on his character and judgment. These criticisms affected Washington more deeply than many realized. In private correspondence, he expressed hurt at being characterized as monarchical or anti-republican after having risked everything for American independence. Yet publicly, he maintained his composure, believing that emotional responses would diminish the dignity of his office and set poor precedents for future presidents. This restraint required considerable emotional discipline during periods of intense political division. Throughout these varied challenges, certain patterns emerged in Washington's responses. He typically sought counsel before making important decisions, gathering diverse perspectives rather than relying solely on his own judgment. When setbacks occurred, he looked for lessons rather than scapegoats. He maintained detailed records and correspondence, creating accountability for himself and others. Most distinctively, he cultivated a long-term perspective that allowed him to place immediate difficulties within a broader context of purpose and meaning. Washington's approach to adversity reflected his agricultural background. Just as a farmer understands that seasons of difficulty inevitably yield to renewal, Washington maintained faith that present challenges served some larger purpose. This perspective allowed him to persevere when others might have surrendered to despair or resentment. This gentle vision of peaceful coexistence, drawn from biblical imagery familiar to Washington from his regular Bible reading, reflected his ability to look beyond current divisions toward a more harmonious future. Even in retirement, when partisan divisions threatened the fragile national unity he had worked to establish, Washington maintained this longer view. Though troubled by the increasingly bitter tone of politics, he continued to believe that the constitutional system, if respected, contained within it the capacity for self-correction and renewal. As sleep draws nearer, we might find comfort in this aspect of Washington's character, his ability to face adversity without being defined by it, to acknowledge difficulties without surrendering to them. The soft rhythm of his response to life's challenges offers a soothing template for our own encounters with hardship. Observe carefully, consider thoughtfully, act deliberately, and maintain perspective always, like the steady flow of the Potomac past Mount Vernon. Washington's approach to life's challenges suggests continuity amidst change, purpose within difficulty, and the gentle persistence that ultimately shapes both landscapes and lives. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the quiet stillness of the late 18th century, a time when candles flickered against evening shadows, and the world moved at the unhurried pace of horseback and sailing ships, George Washington's life unfolded against a backdrop of remarkable transformation. Imagine yourself there, in those gentler times, as the soft whisper of history surrounds you like a comfortable blanket, warming your thoughts as we explore the world that shaped America's first president. The Virginia into which George Washington was born in 1732 was a place of rolling landscapes and agricultural rhythms, where the changing seasons dictated the flow of life. The gentle rustle of tobacco leaves in the plantation fields provided the economic heartbeat of colonial society, while the stately homes of wealthy landowners dotted the countryside. Islands of European refinement in the American wilderness. Washington's early years passed in this tranquil setting, where time seemed to stretch endlessly across the horizon, much like the expansive skies above the Potomac River that would later border his beloved Mount Vernon. As a young boy, Washington would have experienced the reassuring continuity of colonial life, where traditions from England blended with the practical necessities of American existence. His father, Augustine, passed away when George was just 11 years old, leaving the young boy to find his way under the guidance of his mother Mary and his half-brother Lawrence. These early experiences of loss taught Washington patience and resilience, qualities that would serve him well throughout the long journey of his life. Much like the steady oak trees that grow slowly but endure for generations, the world of Washington's youth was one where the British Empire extended its gentle but firm embrace across continents. The soft chiming of church bells in colonial villages reminded settlers of their connections to England, while local governance allowed for a sense of self-determination that Americans increasingly came to cherish. This delicate balance between imperial authority and colonial autonomy created a soothing rhythm in political life that would eventually be disrupted. But in Washington's early years, it provided a predictable framework for society. Washington's education came not from universities, unlike many of his contemporaries, but from practical experience and self-improvement. He learned surveying, a skill that took him into the tranquil wilderness of the Virginia frontier, where he developed an appreciation for the land that would inform his vision of America's future. Imagine him there, in those quiet forests, carefully measuring and noting the contours of unexplored territories, his mind expanding with each new horizon. Much like your own thoughts might now be drifting peacefully across the landscape of history. The gentle flow of Washington's early adulthood was interrupted by the French and Indian War, a conflict that rippled across the American colonies from 1754 to 1763. This war, part of the larger 7 Years' War that whispered through global politics, provided Washington with his first military experiences. The soft crunch of autumn leaves beneath marching feet the distant echoes of commands across misty fields, the patient waiting that characterizes so much of military life. All these experiences shaped the young Washington, teaching him about leadership, strategy, and the human cost of conflict. As this war concluded, a new chapter began in colonial relations with Great Britain. The British government, seeking to recover the substantial costs of defending its American colonies, implemented a series of taxes that disturbed the previously harmonious relationship. The Stamp Act of 1765, the Townshend Acts of 1767, and later the Tea Act of 1773 created gentle waves of discontent that gradually built into stronger currents of resistance. Washington, like many colonial landowners, found himself slowly drawn into this changing tide, his loyalties shifting with the measured pace of careful consideration rather than impulsive reaction. The Revolutionary period that followed unfolded like a slowly changing season, with each event building upon the last in an almost imperceptible progression toward independence. The Boston Massacre of 1770, where 5 colonists lost their lives in a confrontation with British soldiers, added a soft undercurrent of tension to colonial discourse. The Boston Tea Party of 1773, with its quiet defiance expressed through the symbolic dumping of tea into harbor waters, represented another step in this gradual awakening of American identity. Washington's own journey from loyal British subject to revolutionary leader followed this same unhurried pace. His attendance at the Continental Congresses in Philadelphia placed him among those contemplating a new vision for American governance. The gentle discussions in taverns and assembly halls, the careful drafting of petitions and declarations, the thoughtful correspondence between colonial leaders, all created a soothing background hum of intellectual ferment that would eventually produce the Declaration of Independence in 1776, when Washington was appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army. He accepted with a characteristic humility that would define his leadership style. The Revolutionary War itself, stretching from 1775 to 1783, became a lesson in patience and perseverance. Washington's greatest strength was perhaps his ability to maintain calm in the face of adversity, to find moments of tranquility even amidst the chaos of conflict. At Valley Forge during the winter of 1770, 778, as his soldiers endured bitter cold and deprivation, Washington's steady presence provided reassurance like a comforting lullaby in times of distress. His leadership offered the promise that difficulties, however severe, would eventually pass. The world beyond America's shores continued its own gentle rhythms during these revolutionary years. In France, the ancient regime maintained its elaborate court life at Versailles, unaware that its own revolution would soon follow America's example. The soft rustle of silk gowns in royal ballrooms and the measured cadence of diplomatic negotiations would eventually lead to French support for the American cause, a crucial element in the eventual victory. Across Europe, the ideas of the Enlightenment continued their unhurried influence on political thought, with philosophers like Rousseau and Voltaire planting seeds of change that would blossom in their own time, much like flowers that open slowly with the morning sun. After the Revolutionary War concluded with the Treaty of Paris in 1783, Washington did something remarkable that still echoes softly through history. He voluntarily relinquished power, like the gentle exhalation of a long-held breath. His resignation as commander-in-chief and return to private life at Mount Vernon demonstrated his commitment to Republican ideals. The peaceful transfer of military authority back to civilian hands established a soothing precedent that would become a hallmark of American democracy. Washington's retirement proved brief, however, as the inadequacies of the Articles of Confederation created a gentle but persistent call for stronger national governance. The Constitutional Convention of 1787 brought Washington back to Philadelphia, where he presided over the deliberations with characteristic restraint. The drafting of the Constitution occurred in an atmosphere of thoughtful compromise, with different perspectives blending together like complementary notes in a lullaby of governance, creating harmony from potential discord. When Washington became the first president under the new Constitution in 1789, he approached the unprecedented role with the same measured dignity that had characterized his military leadership. His administration established gentle patterns and precedents that would guide the Republic for generations to come. The creation of the cabinet, the development of diplomatic protocols, the establishment of the federal judiciary, all emerged from Washington's patient approach to governance. His understanding that institutions, like gardens, require careful tending and time to flourish. The world context during Washington's presidency included the beginning of the French Revolution in 1789, which initially seemed to echo America's own recent experience, but eventually took a more turbulent path. Washington's administration maintained a policy of neutrality in European conflicts, creating a peaceful space for the young nation to develop its own identity and institutions without becoming entangled in distant disputes. This policy, like a gentle boundary established for a child's protection, allowed America to focus on its internal development during these formative years. Domestic challenges during Washington's presidency included the Whiskey Rebellion of 1794, a resistance to federal taxation that Washington handled with characteristic restraint while demonstrating the government's authority to enforce its laws. He also showed mercy to those involved, understanding that the smooth functioning of the Republic required both firmness and forgiveness. Much like a parent guiding a child with consistent but gentle boundaries. The development of political parties during Washington's administration introduced new dynamics to American governance. The differences between Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson, representing Federalist and Democratic Republican perspectives, respectively, created a gentle tension in Washington's cabinet. These divergent views on the proper scope of federal power, the relationship between government and commerce, and America's international alignments would eventually crystallize into the first party system. Washington himself remained above partisan divisions, concerned that factionalism might disrupt the harmonious functioning of the republic he had helped to create. In his farewell address of 1796, Washington offered gentle wisdom that still resonates today. His warnings against excessive partisan spirit, permanent foreign alliances, and unsustainable public debt provided a soothing reminder of the values that had guided his own public service. Like a bedtime story with enduring moral lessons, this address continues to offer guidance to subsequent generations, its messages flowing through American history like a tranquil stream that occasionally returns to consciousness before receding again into the background of national memory. Washington's approach to adversity reflected his agricultural background. Just as a farmer understands that seasons of difficulty inevitably yield to renewal, Washington maintained faith that present challenges served some larger purpose. This perspective allowed him to persevere when others might have surrendered to despair or resentment. This gentle vision of peaceful coexistence, drawn from biblical imagery familiar to Washington from his regular Bible reading, reflected his ability to look beyond current divisions toward a more harmonious future. Even in retirement, when partisan divisions threatened the fragile national unity he had worked to establish, Washington maintained this longer view. Though troubled by the increasingly bitter tone of politics, he continued to believe that the constitutional system, if respected, contained within it the capacity for self-correction and renewal. Washington's final retirement to Mount Vernon in 1797 allowed him to return to the agricultural pursuits that had always provided him with tranquility. The gentle rhythm of plantation life, the slow changing of seasons across his beloved landscape, and the quiet pleasures of hospitality filled his final years. Even as his health began to decline, Washington maintained the dignified composure that had characterized his public life, accepting the natural progression of human existence with the same grace he had demonstrated in facing other challenges. When Washington passed away in December 1799, the nation mourned with a depth of feeling that reflected his unique place in American hearts. The grief flowed across the country like a gentle tide, touching communities from the established cities of the eastern seaboard to the frontier settlements of the expanding nation. His legacy, however, continued to provide comfort, like the lingering warmth of a fire that remains even after the flames have subsided. As we drift toward sleep, we might find comfort in this aspect of Washington's character, his ability to face adversity without being defined by it, to acknowledge difficulties without surrendering to them. The soft rhythm of his response to life's challenges offers a soothing template for our own encounters with hardship. Observe carefully, consider thoughtfully, act deliberately, and maintain perspective always, like the steady flow of the Potomac past Mount Vernon. Washington's approach to life's challenges suggests continuity amidst change, purpose within difficulty, and the gentle persistence that ultimately shapes both landscapes and lives. The world has changed in countless ways since Washington's time, yet the qualities he embodied retain their quiet power to inspire. As your thoughts grow more distant and sleep approaches, consider how the patience, integrity, and steadfastness that guided Washington through revolutionary times might still offer guidance in our own era. Let the gentle wisdom of history accompany you into dreams, where past and present blend in the timeless landscape of human experience, and where Washington's example continues to whisper its reassuring message across the centuries. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. In the quiet of evening, as we settle our thoughts and prepare for rest, let us turn our minds to the gentle story of George Washington, a man whose life unfolds like a landscape painting, detailed, textured, and worthy of unhurried contemplation. His story carries us back to a time when America was young, when the future was uncertain, and when one man's choices would shape a nation's destiny. Born on February 22, 1732, in Pope's Creek, Virginia, young George entered a world of colonial simplicity. The Virginia countryside of his childhood was a place of rolling fields, morning mist rising from the Potomac River, and the slow rhythms of agricultural life. His father Augustine passed away when George was just 11 years old, leaving him in the care of his mother Mary and his half-brother Lawrence. This early loss taught Washington something about the impermanence of life, a lesson that would inform his careful, deliberate approach to his own mortality in later years. What many don't know is that young George was quite fond of dancing in the soft candlelight of Virginia's colonial ballrooms. The tall, athletic Washington moved with surprising grace. Dancing was more than mere entertainment in those days. It was a social necessity, a way of demonstrating refinement and building connections. Washington practiced his steps with the same diligence he would later bring to military drills and presidential protocols. This image of Washington moving carefully through the measured patterns of a minuet offers us a glimpse of the man behind the monument, someone who found joy in the gentle arts of living. Washington's handwriting provides another window into his character. His penmanship was remarkably consistent throughout his life, measured, controlled, and legible, with letters that flowed across the page like a stream moving over smooth stones. He wrote thousands of letters in his lifetime, each one crafted with care in an age before typewriters and computers. One's handwriting revealed something essential about character. Washington's steady hand on the page mirrored his steady hand at the helm of the new nation, reliable, consistent, and trustworthy. Few people realize that Washington was largely self-educated. Unlike many of his contemporaries, he never attended college or studied abroad. This gap in formal education was something he felt keenly, and throughout his life, he worked to compensate for it through disciplined reading and careful observation. His personal library at Mount Vernon grew to nearly 900 volumes, books on agriculture, military science, history, and philosophy. In the evenings, by the warm glow of candlelight, he would often read aloud to Martha, his voice a gentle rumble in the quiet of their home. Washington's relationship with sleep itself was complex and revealing. During the Revolutionary War, he often slept on a portable camp bed, rising before dawn to write letters and plan the day's movements, yet he understood the importance of rest. In an era before electric lights, when darkness brought a natural conclusion to the day's activities, Washington maintained a disciplined approach to rest that balanced necessity with duty. The winter at Valley Forge in 1770, 77 tested Washington's resilience in ways that few of us can imagine. As snow blanketed the Pennsylvania countryside and temperatures fell, Washington's army suffered from hunger, cold, and disease. Rather than seeking more comfortable quarters for himself, Washington chose to remain with his men, sharing their hardships. In the evenings, after attending to the day's business, he would sometimes walk alone through the camp, his footsteps nearly silent in the snow. One soldier later recalled seeing the general standing outside his headquarters, looking up at the stars, his breath visible in the cold air, a moment of solitary contemplation amid collective suffering. Washington's teeth have become the subject of much historical discussion, but the reality was far more nuanced than the popular myth of wooden dentures. By the time he became president, Washington had lost nearly all his natural teeth, likely due to a combination of genetics, diet, and the primitive dental care of the era. His dentures were actually made from various materials, including ivory, gold, lead, and human teeth. Some purchased from the poor, others possibly from slaves. A troubling reminder of the contradictions in his life. These dentures caused him considerable discomfort and altered his appearance, making his lips protrude slightly and giving his face a more rigid expression. Washington's dental suffering was a private burden he carried through his public life, a reminder that even the most revered historical figures experienced the ordinary pains and indignities of the human condition. Mount Vernon, Washington's beloved home, reveals much about the man himself. He personally designed many of its features, including the graceful piazza that overlooks the Potomac River. Washington would often sit there in the evening hours, watching the play of light on the water as day faded into dusk. The gardens at Mount Vernon reflected his careful attention to beauty and order. He selected the varieties of trees and flowers himself, creating pathways that invited leisurely strolls and moments of quiet reflection. Even today, visitors to Mount Vernon can feel something of Washington's presence in these thoughtfully designed spaces. His appreciation for natural beauty, his patience in watching things grow, his understanding that the most meaningful creations take time to develop. Washington's farewell to his officers at Fraunces Tavern in New York City on December 4, 1783, was a moment of profound emotion. After leading the Continental Army through 8 years of war, Washington was preparing to resign his commission and return to private life at Mount Vernon. He entered the room where his officers had gathered and raised a glass in a final toast. With a heart full of love and gratitude, I now take leave of you. Then, one by one, he embraced each man present. Many wept openly. This willingness to relinquish power, to step away from authority when his task was completed, revealed a rare quality in Washington, a genuine absence of personal ambition that placed the common good above individual desire. Washington's relationship with slavery represents the most troubling contradiction in his life. He owned enslaved people throughout his adult life, yet his thinking on the subject evolved over time. By the end of his life, he had come to view slavery as morally wrong and economically inefficient. In his final will, he arranged for all the enslaved people he owned directly to be freed after Martha's death. This provision, while falling far short of the moral clarity we might wish for, was nonetheless unusual for a Virginia plantation owner of his time. Washington's slow journey toward this partial rejection of slavery reminds us that moral growth is often gradual, incomplete, and complicated by the customs and economic realities of one's time and place. In his final days at Mount Vernon, Washington continued his practice of riding around his estate each day, checking on crops and livestock, greeting workers, and simply enjoying the landscape he loved. On December 12, 1799, he rode out as usual, despite snow and freezing rain. The next day, he developed a severe throat infection, what we now believe was epiglottitis. As his condition worsened, he faced death with characteristic composure. He gave instructions about his burial, asked for certain papers to be attended to, and thanked his physicians for their efforts. In his final hours, he seemed more concerned with the comfort of those around him than with his own suffering. When Washington passed away in December 1799, the nation mourned with a depth of feeling that reflected his unique place in American hearts. The grief flowed across the country like a gentle tide, touching communities from the established cities of the eastern seaboard to the frontier settlements of the expanding nation. His legacy, however, continued to provide comfort, like the lingering warmth of a fire that remains even after the flames have subsided. Washington's love of agriculture and gardening reveals a side of him that history books sometimes overlook. He experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and new varieties of plants with the same methodical attention he brought to military strategy. In his correspondence, he often expressed more enthusiasm about a successful harvest than about political victories. There was something deeply grounding about his connection to the land, a reminder that even those who shape history remain rooted in the fundamental cycles of growth and renewal that govern all life. Washington kept a weather diary for many years, recording daily observations about temperature, precipitation, and wind direction. This patient documentation of natural patterns speaks to his contemplative side, his awareness of forces larger than himself, and his recognition that human endeavors exist within the broader context of natural rhythms. On summer evenings at Mount Vernon, he and Martha would sometimes sit outdoors, watching fireflies rise from the fields as darkness settled over the estate. A simple pleasure shared by a couple who had experienced the heights of public acclaim, but found their deepest satisfaction in private moments of tranquility. Washington's handshake was frequently commented upon by those who met him. It was firm, but not overpowering, conveying both strength and restraint. This physical gesture embodied his approach to power itself, present, but controlled, authoritative, without being domineering. In an era of elaborate court etiquette and rigid social hierarchies, Washington developed a personal style that balanced dignity with accessibility, creating a new model of Republican leadership that neither mimicked European monarchy nor descended into overly familiar democracy. As we drift toward sleep, we might find comfort in this aspect of Washington's character, his ability to face adversity without being defined by it, to acknowledge difficulties without surrendering to them. The soft rhythm of his response to life's challenges offers a soothing template for our own encounters with hardship. Observe carefully, consider thoughtfully, act deliberately, and maintain perspective always, like the steady flow of the Potomac past Mount Vernon. Washington's approach to life's challenges suggests continuity amidst change, purpose within difficulty, and the gentle persistence that ultimately shapes both landscapes and lives. The world has changed in countless ways since Washington's time, yet the qualities he embodied retain their quiet power to inspire. As your thoughts grow more distant and sleep approaches, consider how the patience, integrity, and steadfastness that guided Washington through revolutionary times might still offer guidance in our own era. Let the gentle wisdom of history accompany you into dreams, where past and present blend in the timeless landscape of human experience. and where Washington's example continues to whisper its reassuring message across the centuries. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. As the years of his presidency drew to a close, George Washington longed for the peaceful sanctuary of Mount Vernon with an intensity that deepened with each passing season. The weight of public service had etched subtle lines into his face, and his posture, though still commanding, carried the gentle curve of a man who had shouldered immense responsibility. In 1796, as autumn painted the trees along the Potomac in warm hues of amber and gold, Washington penned his farewell address, a document that would flow through American history like a calm, steady stream of wisdom. In the quiet of his study, with only the soft scratching of quill on parchment and the occasional crackle of the hearth fire, Washington composed words that would echo through generations. He cautioned against excessive political party spirit, warned about the dangers of permanent foreign alliances, and emphasized the importance of religion, morality, and education. His words came not from theoretical ideals, but from the lived experience of a man who had witnessed the fragility of the young nation and understood the delicate balance required to preserve it. Upon retiring from the presidency in March of 1797, Washington returned to Mount Vernon with a sense of profound relief. The familiar pathways of his estate welcomed him home, and he slipped back into the rhythms of agricultural life with the contentment of a traveler returning to a beloved destination. The mornings at Mount Vernon began early, with Washington often rising before dawn to watch the first light illuminate the misty fields that stretched toward the river. These quiet moments seemed to restore him, washing away the residue of political conflicts and the burden of constant public scrutiny. His days at Mount Vernon followed a gentle pattern. He would ride across his plantation on horseback, inspecting crops and greeting workers with the same respectful attention he had once given to cabinet members and foreign dignitaries. The afternoon hours might find him responding to correspondence at his desk, the windows open to catch the sweet Virginia breeze, carrying the scent of blossoming fruit trees or freshly turned earth. Evenings were often spent in the company of Martha, their conversation flowing easily after decades of partnership, or entertaining the steady stream of visitors who sought the wisdom of the man who had guided America through its formative years. Washington's retirement was not merely a withdrawal from public life, but a thoughtful transition to a different kind of service. He continued to refine the agricultural practices at Mount Vernon, experimenting with crop rotation and soil conservation methods that would influence American farming for generations. His innovative 7-year crop rotation system demonstrated his forward-thinking approach to sustainability, revealing a mind that considered not just immediate yields, but the health of the land for future generations. The former president also devoted considerable attention to his will, a document that revealed the depth of his reflection on his life's work and legacy. In the quiet evening hours, as candles cast their gentle glow across parchment, Washington carefully crafted provisions that would speak volumes about his values. Most notably, he included instructions for the emancipation of his slaves upon Martha's death, a decision that acknowledged, albeit imperfectly, the contradiction between American liberty and the institution of slavery that had troubled his conscience. Visitors to Mount Vernon during Washington's retirement years often remarked on his serene demeanor. The fiery intensity that had carried him through battles and political crises had mellowed into a steady warmth. He listened more than he spoke, his eyes attentive and thoughtful as guests shared news from the capital or foreign lands. When he did offer his thoughts, they came with the unhurried cadence of someone who had learned that true wisdom emerges not from hasty reactions, but from patient consideration. The relationship between Washington and his successor, John Adams, reflected the complexities of political transition in a new republic. Though their interactions were sometimes characterized by the natural tension between past and present leadership, Washington maintained a respectful distance from government affairs, understanding that for democracy to flourish, former leaders must step aside with grace. This deliberate restraint established a precedent of peaceful transition that would become one of America's most precious political traditions. In the summer of 1798, however, the threat of war with France prompted President Adams to appoint Washington as commander of a provisional army. Though he accepted this role out of duty, Washington served primarily in an advisory capacity, remaining at Mount Vernon and demonstrating through his actions that civilian leadership should guide military power, not the reverse. This subtle reinforcement of democratic principles exemplified Washington's ongoing contribution to American governance, even in his retirement. The rhythm of seasons at Mount Vernon brought Washington deep satisfaction. He noted in his diaries the first spring plantings, summer harvests, and autumn preparations with the attentiveness of a man who had found his place in the natural order. Winter evenings by the fire provided time for reflection, as the Potomac froze along its edges and snow blanketed the fields in hushed whiteness. These quiet moments allowed Washington to contemplate the extraordinary journey that had taken him from surveyor to general to president, and finally home again to the life of a gentleman farmer that he had always cherished. On December 12, 1799, Washington rode out to inspect his farms, as was his custom, despite the cold, damp weather. Snow and freezing rain fell throughout the day, yet he remained outdoors for several hours, his dedication to his land unwavering even as the seasons of his own life drew toward winter. The following day brought a sore throat that gradually worsened, developing into what modern physicians believe was acute bacterial epiglottitis. As his breathing became labored, Washington faced his final hours with characteristic composure, giving instructions for his burial and taking leave of his loved ones with dignity and acceptance. On the evening of December 14, 1799, as candlelight flickered softly against the walls of his bedchamber at Mount Vernon, George Washington drew his last breath. The news of his passing spread across the nation like a gentle tide of sorrow, touching shores near and distant with the realization that a singular presence had departed in cities and rural communities alike. Americans mourned not just as citizens grieving a leader, but as people who had lost someone who seemed, in some indefinable way, to belong to each of them personally. The funeral held at Mount Vernon was simple, in accordance with Washington's wishes. His body was laid to rest in the family vault, the ceremony lacking the elaborate pomp that might have attended the death of a European monarch. This simplicity itself spoke volumes about the nature of leadership Washington had helped to define for the new nation, one based not on inherited privilege or divine right, but on character, service, and the willing surrender of power when its exercise was no longer required. In the months and years that followed Washington's death, his legacy began to take shape in the national consciousness like a landscape, gradually revealing itself through morning mist. These tributes, while heartfelt, sometimes obscured the human Washington beneath layers of reverence, beginning a process of myth-making that would both preserve and distort his memory. Martha Washington, in her quiet grief, contributed unknowingly to this process when she burned most of their personal correspondence, an act intended to protect their privacy, but one that removed from history the intimate voice of their relationship. In the absence of these personal documents, the public image of Washington became more marble than flesh, more monument than man. Yet, even as this transformation occurred, those who had known him personally carried forward memories of his laugh, his occasional displays of temper, his dry humor, and his capacity for deep friendship. The human qualities that had endeared him to those in his immediate circle. The new century unfolded without Washington, yet his influence remained palpable in countless ways. The precedents he had established as president, from the cabinet system to the two-term tradition, provided a framework for his successors. His emphasis on neutrality in foreign affairs guided American policy for generations. His insistence on civilian control of the military became a cornerstone of American governance. Even his agricultural innovations continued to influence farming practices long after his death. Perhaps most significantly, Washington's willingness to relinquish power, first after the Revolutionary War and again after his presidency, set a standard for democratic leadership that distinguished the American experiment from the authoritarian patterns that dominated world history. This legacy of voluntary restraint of power held temporarily and surrendered willingly, became one of America's most valuable political inheritances, a gentle but powerful antidote to the temptations of perpetual rule. As the 19th century progressed, the nation Washington had helped to found expanded westward, faced the terrible trial of civil war, and emerged transformed. Through these changes, his memory served as a point of continuity, invoked by Americans of all regions and political persuasions as a source of legitimacy and inspiration. In this way, Washington performed a final service to his country, providing a shared reference point that helped to maintain national cohesion, even in times of profound division. The physical legacy of Washington also evolved over time. Mount Vernon, after passing through the hands of family members, fell into disrepair until rescued by the Mount Vernon Ladies Association in 1858. Their efforts to preserve the estate as Washington had known it allowed future generations to walk the same paths he had walked, to stand in the rooms where he had made decisions that shaped a nation, to gaze out over the same Potomac vistas that had given him solace. This tangible connection to Washington's daily life offered visitors something that monuments and paintings could not: a sense of the human scale of greatness, of extraordinary achievement emerging from ordinary moments. Washington's image appeared on currency, on postage stamps, in paintings that hung in schoolrooms and government buildings across America. Cities, counties, and a state were named for him. The national capital bore his name, and at its heart rose an obelisk that would become one of the world's most recognizable monuments. Yet, beneath these official recognitions flowed a deeper current of influence, the quiet example of a life guided by principle, of ambition tempered by duty, of power exercised with restraint and relinquished with grace. As the modern era dawned, bringing challenges and opportunities Washington could never have envisioned, his legacy continued to evolve. Historians began to examine his life with greater nuance, acknowledging both his achievements and his contradictions, particularly regarding slavery. This more complete portrait, with its shadows as well as its highlights, offered a richer understanding of Washington as a man of his time, who nevertheless managed, in crucial ways, to transcend the limitations of that time. The passage of years has softened the sharp edges of Washington's memory, blending fact and legend into the gentle tapestry of national mythology. Yet within this tapestry remain threads of authentic wisdom that continue to offer guidance: his patience in adversity, his commitment to principle over expediency, his understanding that true leadership involves not just commanding others, but listening to them, not just achieving personal success, but fostering the conditions for collective flourishing. As your thoughts drift toward sleep, imagine Washington in his final years at Mount Vernon, walking along the riverside paths in the golden light of late afternoon. Picture the contentment in his face as he surveys fields well tended, a home well loved, a life well lived. Consider how his journey from ambitious young surveyor to revered elder statesman traces an arc of growth and learning that mirrors our own best hopes for personal development. Let the steady rhythm of his life, its patient accumulation of experience, its gradual refinement of character, its ultimate achievement of wisdom, lull you toward restful dreams in those final Mount Vernon years. As Washington watched sunset colors play across the Potomac's surface, he might have reflected on the extraordinary times through which he had lived and the nation he had helped to create. That nation would continue to evolve long after him, facing challenges he could not foresee and achieving possibilities he might never have imagined. Yet in its enduring commitment to the principles he championed, liberty balanced by order, individual rights secured by collective responsibility, power tempered by law, America would carry forward something of Washington's spirit, like a melody that continues after the original instrument has fallen silent. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. As the evening light fades and our thoughts turn toward rest, let us gently contemplate the remarkable life of George Washington, whose story flows through American history like a tranquil river, constant and nourishing. In these quiet moments before sleep, there is something deeply comforting about reflecting on a life so completely lived, a journey that began in the soft, rolling hills of Virginia and ended with the peaceful formation of a nation. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were perhaps his most cherished. After decades of service, he returned to the land he loved to watch the seasons change along the Potomac, to observe the morning mist rising from the fields, to feel the soil between his fingers once more. There is something soothing in imagining him there. This tall figure who had carried such weight, finally at ease, moving unhurried through gardens he had planned, sitting on his porch as evening descended, watching fireflies emerge in the gathering darkness. The passage of time has a way of softening our understanding of historical figures, blending what we know with what we need them to have been. With Washington, this gentle myth-making began even during his lifetime, yet beneath the legends of cherry trees and silver dollars tossed across rivers lies something more profound, a man who grew into greatness rather than assuming it was his birthright. There is a restful wisdom in this truth, a reminder that becoming is as important as being, that growth continues throughout our lives, like the slow, steady breathing that carries us into dreams. Washington's legacy rests not merely in what he accomplished, but in what he refused to do. When offered a crown, he chose a republic. When granted power, he relinquished it willingly. In a world accustomed to leaders who clung to authority, Washington's voluntary retirement after 2 presidential terms established a precedent that would guide American democracy for generations. There is something deeply calming about this restraint, this understanding that sometimes the most powerful action is stepping away, creating space for others to continue the work. As you settle deeper into comfort, envision Washington in his library at Mount Vernon, surrounded by books and maps, writing letters by candlelight to friends and colleagues scattered across the young nation. His correspondence reveals a mind always curious, always learning, always seeking to understand different perspectives. Even as age softened his features and whitened his hair, his intellect remained engaged with the world, his concern for the Republic's future undiminished by personal comfort or advancing years. The relationship between Washington and the land offers another soothing parallel to contemplate as sleep approaches. Throughout his life, he returned to the soil for renewal, finding in agriculture not just economic sustenance, but spiritual nourishment. There is a gentle rhythm to farming that Washington understood instinctively, the patience of waiting for seeds to sprout, the acceptance of factors beyond control, like weather and seasons, the satisfaction of harvest after long tending. His agricultural journals detail experiments with crop rotation, soil conservation, and new farming implements, revealing a mind that balanced innovation with respect for natural processes. Washington's final days in December 1799 unfolded with the same dignity that characterized his life. After riding his properties in light snow and rain, he developed a throat infection that gradually worsened as physicians attended him. He faced his approaching end with characteristic composure, giving instructions for his burial and comforting those around him. There is something peacefully instructive in how he met death, not with fear, but with acceptance, not with regret, but with the quiet satisfaction of a journey well completed. The grief that followed Washington's passing rippled across the nation and beyond. Even his former adversaries in Britain acknowledged the loss of a truly great man. This universal mourning speaks to how thoroughly Washington had embodied the nation's highest aspirations, how completely he had fulfilled the role of not just leader, but symbolic father to a country still finding its way. As your thoughts grow more distant and sleep draws nearer, consider how Washington's influence continues to flow through American life like a gentle stream. His name graces the nation's capital, countless towns and counties, schools and streets. His face appears on currency and stamps, in paintings and sculptures. Yet, beyond these visible remembrances lies his more profound legacy, the precedents he established for ethical leadership, for civilian control of military power, for peaceful transitions of authority. These principles have guided American governance for over 2 centuries, bending but never breaking through times of crisis and change. Washington's personal character offers another source of contemplation as your breathing deepens towards sleep. Though certainly imperfect, as all humans are, he demonstrated virtues worth carrying into our dreams. patience during valley forges bitter winter, perseverance through the war's darkest moments, humility in victory, wisdom in governance. He understood that character is revealed not in moments of triumph, but in times of testing, not when the path is clear, but when it disappears into uncertainty. The relationship between Washington and those he led provides another soothing narrative thread to follow toward slumber. Though naturally reserved, he developed a deep connection with ordinary soldiers during the Revolutionary War, sharing their hardships, understanding their sacrifices, earning their trust through presence rather than proclamation. This authentic connection between leader and led would become a touchstone for American democratic ideals. The understanding that authority derives from consent rather than coercion, that leadership means service rather than dominance, as sleep begins to envelop you like a warm blanket. Imagine Washington's legacy as a constellation of guiding stars, points of light that have oriented American democracy through its darkest nights. The constitutional system he helped establish and then brought to life through his presidency has weathered civil war and economic depression, world wars, and social upheavals. Though constantly evolving, its fundamental principles remain recognizable, a testament to the foresight of Washington and his contemporaries, who understood that they were building not just for their moment, but for generations yet unborn. Washington's relationship with time offers a final, comforting reflection as consciousness begins to drift. He lived with an acute awareness of history's judgment, consistently choosing actions that would bear scrutiny not just by contemporaries, but by posterity. There is profound wisdom in this long view. This understanding that true achievement transcends immediate circumstances, that worthy legacies require patience and perspective. As your thoughts grow more distant, consider how this relationship with time might inform your own approach to life's challenges and opportunities. The gentle cadence of Washington's story, from youthful ambition to mature wisdom, from private citizen to public servant, and back again, creates a narrative arc that satisfies our deepest need for meaning and completion. Like all the best stories, it offers not just events, but insights, not just facts, but understanding. As you drift toward dreams, carry with you the peaceful knowledge that lives well lived continue to instruct and inspire long after their conclusion. That wisdom once gained remains in the world like ripples spreading outward from a stone dropped in still water. May Washington's steady presence guide you toward restful sleep. His calm dignity soothe any lingering tensions of the day. May the measured pace of his life remind you that all things unfold in their proper time, that patience brings its own rewards. May his example of service inspire peaceful dreams of your own contributions, however humble, to the continuing American story, and may you awaken renewed, like Washington at Mount Vernon, ready to tend your own gardens with care and purpose, finding in daily tasks the quiet satisfaction of a life mindfully lived.